Hello, happy Memorial Day. Um, this is the day we remember those who did not return home from wartime or battles or deployment. The men and women, the uncles, the fathers, etc., who did not return. That's why we celebrate today. Today's feature on Action Theater Presents Extra Dose. Um, the Longest Day with John Wayne. Um, Deleted? I can't hear you.
I'm here. Yes. Just seeing to something backstage. I don't see you as being on live right now, Bill, on your end.
Let's start that out.
Okay.
Pretty sure we are. I am. Upcoming. Why is it okay?
All right. Just give us a moment, folks.
That's
a little
weird.
technical hiccup. Yeah. All right.
That's
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah. I was noticing that. Yeah. All right. YouTube is giving us a bit of an issue right now, guys. Just give us a moment to get everybody online here, and we will start the program in earnest. So our film today is The Longest Day. It is centers around the events of June 6, 1944, of course, D-Day, from a multinational point of view. Not just the Americans and the Germans. We see it from the French point of view, and the Canadian point of view, and some others along the way. You have a multinational cast. You have John Wayne, Robert Mitchum, Eddie Albert. Twin Peaks fans will recognize Richard Bamer, who's my avatar for today. Richard Burton is in this film. Kenneth Moore, Sean Connery, Henry Fonda, Kurt Jurgens. You'll a lot of familiar faces that you're going to recognize, and including the original Captain Pike from Star Trek, Jeffrey Hunter. All right. So hello to JPRPH1.
Okay, I just put the link in the chat.
All right.
Here we go. You want to read the synopsis? You read that.
Thought I pretty much just did. All right, hold on. All right. One more, please. Let me get over to Cosme. All right. This is the synopsis according to Fandango at Home. Right. The Longest Day is a vivid, hour by hour recreation of the historic D Day assault upon the beaches of Normandy during World War II, featuring a stellar international cast and told from the perspective of both sides. It is a fascinating look at the massive preparations, mistakes, and random events that determine the outcome of one of the biggest battles in history. Runtime is 2 hours and 58 minutes, and of course, was released in 1962.
All right, let's give it a start time. If you guys are over in the screening room, as much as we like to show these two here on YouTube, this is a fan commentary. We can't show them, restricted by copyright and the rules and regulations of YouTube. Anyway, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, go. I don't know why. Okay, well, we might have. Is it going? Oh, there it goes. I think it's finally going.
Occupied France, fifth year of World War II. Starts with this elderly gent here who's obviously with the French resistance in some fashion, and he's just been gunned down by the SS. Hello in the chat to JPRPH1 as well as Snortopoopas Q-Bar. Gert Frobe, who, of course, was famous for playing the Bond villain Goldfinger. And you see more resistance fighters here. And they get distracted by the woman, which is understandable. And because, of course, there are people hiding in the yeah, whatever. Take your papers to Instagram. And if anyone was hearing an echo there during the first few minutes, that was my fault. I got that taken care of now. For those of you who are following along on Bill's channel, thank you for joining us, and we'll get the Cosme link over to you as soon as possible. The film is just a couple of minutes in. And a hello to LDG.
I don't know why I'm having so many troubles.
Hello to Jim Atari. I don't know. Do you just want to rewind it, start back from the beginning, since you're only a few minutes in, or what do you want to do?
Yeah, okay.
All right, so that way we get everybody back on the same page.
I'll stop it, and then I'll reshare it. Hey, so wait. Okay. Okay, it's gonna come back. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna start it. It's starting from the beginning now. And here we go. The opening sequence, so you see the helmet on the beach. Is everybody seeing it now?
Yep. And back to occupied France, fifth year of World War II. And like I said, the this French resistance man here, who's killed by the SS, and they take whatever he has in the case there. Of course, like I said, Gert Frobe, known as Goldfinger, and another Bond villain, Kurt Jurgens, getting introduced to the German high command here. Lady. Yeah. Get a good look. This is what women used to look like.
What the heck happened?
All right, give us a moment, folks. And we'll get right back to the movie, which is good because this actually gives me a moment to plug in so I don't lose power. Just give me a minute. All right. So while Bill takes care of the technical issues backstage, I do want to once again wish everybody a safe and happy Memorial Day. And we will be continuing our month long salute to the troops. Wednesday at, let me see, that'll be Wednesday at 5:30 p.m. with In Harm's Way, starring John Wayne and Kirk Douglas. And we will be rounding out with Action Theater at its regular day and time, Thursday at 5:30, with a showing of the Sam Mendes modern day classic 1917. All right. Alrighty. So, longest day. I became familiar with this movie at a fairly young age, and it was always a favorite of mine, and it was kind of my view of what D-Day was like for a very long time. And then you, of course, you get older and you learn the reality of things, and you start seeing movies like, for example, like Saving Private Ryan, and you start seeing Band of Brothers, and you realize that Hollywood kind of cleaned a lot. They cleaned war movies up. You know, they weren't, yeah, they were showing people getting killed, but it wasn't anything overly gory or graphic or particularly realistic, you know. And The Longest Day is a film where the director's involved, and there were multiple directors. And wanted to do the movie as realistically as possible. You know, but it was still 1962, and there was only so much that you were allowed to show on air. So anybody going into this expecting this to be sort of a Private Ryan level gory film, it's not. But there is an anti-war message to this movie, and by the time it's over, you don't want to see anybody on either side get killed. I think you've kind of had enough. But that's the point, though. Any good war movie, it is meant to be a cautionary tale, and this one is no different. But it's still up there as one of the best of all time, though, because it is, to imagine to pull together the cast that this movie does and having to balance out all of those egos, and you got a number of actors throughout the film who actually served in the war, at one point or another, in some way or another. A lot of them were frontline combat troops, so they knew what they were talking about. Anyway, let me head on over to, and I know I usually do this a little bit later into the show, but let me boot up IMDb Pro, and we'll go into a little bit about the film. All right. And if you're ever on IMDb Pro, it just so happens that I have a page over there. So please, actually, I have two of them now. So please feel free to check that out. All right. So the directors include Gerd Oswald, who did the French scenes. I know Ken Anakin was one of the directors. So was Daryl F. Zanuck, even though he was uncredited. There are 5 credited writers in all. Of course, Cornelius Ryan, who wrote the book The Longest Day. Romain Gary, James Jones, who also wrote The Thin Red Line. David Purcell, and Jack Seddon. Okay. The movie was nominated for 5 Academy Awards, including Best Picture. It was nominated for art direction, film editing, 1 for cinematography, and won a category that was a thing at the time called special effects, which handled both sound and visual effects. So it won that as well. Won an American Cinema Editors Award. Best Foreign Production at the David D. Donatello Awards. Ken Anakin, Andrew Martin, Bernard Wicki, and the other directors that I named were nominated by the Directors Guild of America for this film. The movie was nominated for 2 Golden Globes, Best Motion Picture Drama and Best Cinematography, and it won for cinematography. Won 2 National Board of Review Awards, Best Picture, and one of the top 10 movies of the year. And won a Laurel Award for Best Action Drama, and Robert Mitchum was nominated for Best Actor. All right. So we have 16 main filming locations, which were all in France. And for those of you in our French audience, I'm about to murder all of these names, so please excuse me. Okay, Benouville, Calvados, France, for the Pegasus Bridge scene. Rivido, Plaz, El Doré, Sorrente Maritime, France, the mayor celebrating with a champagne bottle. Calvados, France. Chateau de Chantilly, Chantilly-Wies, France, for the Commodore scenes. Cyprus, Fox, Bologna Studios, Bologna Bellencourt, Haute de Seine, France. Pointe du Hoc, which is a location that you see in the film. It's a real location for the where they actually made the cliff landing. La Rochelle, Orne, Ouistreham, Plague de Lodo, Saint Florent, Place de la Celica, Saint Florent, Port in Besson, Saint Mary-Glisse, where it says the parachutist landing in the village, and El Direy, Sainte Maritime, France, from Omaha Beach. I do not speak French, as I think is obvious. All right. Let me see where we are. I do want to say hello to a couple of people who have joined us here in the chat. Hello to Jacob Ironside. Long time no see, sir. Glad that you are here. The Bird Woman of YouTube, faithful Blue Wrench channel member. Watch out for her channel, Fluff Chick Productions. It's Connie Cleary. All right. I do want to apologize once again. We're having a bit of an issue backstage. Bill got knocked off of YouTube, and we had to kind of last minute get him back online so that everyone on his channel could see the broadcast. And we are simulcasting as usual. So hello to anyone who may be watching who is not in the chat. This is not normal. I know there's no movie. The movie is not up. Bill is working on it. The movie is not up. You will have to join us on Cosme in order to see the film, unless you're watching it on Fandango at home or on or with your own physical copy. We are not up on Cosme at present, so Bill is working on that. It's taking a while, but no problem. You still have me. We're just having a bit of a problem. First, YouTube, I guess, blocked Bill's channel. Not his channel, blocked the broadcast. That has been fixed. He's back up and running. And however, there's some issue between that and between StreamYard and getting the film up. I don't know if it's a StreamYard thing or a Cosme thing. Bill is working on it. So here's what I'm going to do in the meantime. As those of you who are, he's rebooting his PC. Okay. All right. So here's what I am going to do in the meantime. Ordinarily, at the end of the program, I have a trivia section where I read the trivia from IMDb Pro. So while Bill is working on getting us back online, I'm going to go ahead and take the commentary only banner down for a moment, since the film is not on. What I'm going to do is I am going to start reading the trivia. And this will be stuff that can kind of help you along and kind of a few things that you might be able to pick up on during the course of the film. Okay. And there are quite a few, so it might help to maybe do some of these now anyway. All right. Richard Todd plays Major John Howard, officer commanding D Company of the 2nd Battalion, the Oxfordshire, Buckinghamshire Light Infantry, Air Landing Brigade, 6th Airborne Division. The actor Richard Todd was in Normandy on D-Day and participated as Captain Todd of the 7th Parachute Battalion. Okay, let me reread that. Richard Todd who plays Major John Howard, was in Normandy on D-Day. He was a captain in the 7th Parachute Battalion, 5th Parachute Brigade, British 6th Airborne Division. His battalion went into action as reinforcements via a parachute jump after the gliders had landed and completed the initial main assault. Todd was moved from the plane from which he was originally scheduled to jump to another. The original plane was shot down, killing everyone on board. As a 22-year-old private, Joseph Lowe landed on Omaha Beach on D-Day with the 2nd Ranger Battalion and scaled the cliffs at Point du Hoc. He scaled those 100-foot cliffs all over again for the cameras 17 years later. Producer Daryl F. Zanuck was quoted in an interview as saying that he didn't think much of the actors forming their own production companies, citing The Alamo, produced by John Wayne, as a failure of such ventures. Wayne found out about this interview before being approached by Zanuck and refused to appear in this movie unless he was paid $250,000 for his role. When the other famous actors were being paid $25,000, Wayne got his requested salary. Henry Grace was not an actor when cast as Dwight D. Eisenhower, but his remarkable resemblance to Eisenhower got him the role. In addition to Sean Connery, hold on. All right, the movie is back up and running. All right, we're starting at the beginning, folks. I'm sure Bill will join us here on the broadcast momentarily, but let's go ahead and let's give this a try. Okay. Okay, welcome back, Bill.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm back. We're back. Sorry for the delay. Like, my PC didn't want to cooperate. I don't know what it was doing. I guess it was trying to do. It was choking itself for some reason, and well, it took a while. And when I'm back, and it looks like we're back on Cosme. I started it over again, so you know. Quality is still poor. Okay. Let me see if I can fix that. Might have to stop it. Let's try again. Let's try this out.
Do you maybe want to try and do this on another day, Bill?
On the what?
Cosme has paused.
I don't know why. Yeah, I'm saying Cosmic doesn't want to respond. It's just I don't know. I don't know what's going on. A lot of hiccups. Try it one more time and then. Why? Is it playing now?
It's herky jerky, but it's playing. I like how he walks in front of the water and it like just like disappears. Obviously, it's supposed to be a cut to the close up of the water to him. It's just a weird edit.
I can't. It's doing it again. Wow. I have never experienced this much trouble with
No, we haven't.
I,
All right. Here's let me try something. Um, on my end here, maybe I can hold on. Oh, wait. Each thing.
um,
It's kind of the irony of German actors who came to Hollywood is that a number of them like either turned against Hitler or had to flee from him because they were speaking out against him, and then they come to Hollywood and they get stuck playing playing Yahtzees. It's not too bad.
So, do we want to stick with this? Because I've only got the 3 tabs open, and if you guys are, if you guys say okay, we'll stick with it.
England, the one with 1,108 Allied camps. What? Oh, Roddy McDowell. Part of what makes this movie fun, if you can call a movie like this fun, is spotting all of the actors that are in it. That's that dog. And if Captain Harding there, the guy on the right, looks familiar, that was Steve Forrest, who was the original Hondo in SWAT, the TV series, about 15 years after this.
Robert Mitchum.
Robert Mitchum. Who's
There's
going to be
another.
commanding the, yeah, Eddie Albert.
Yeah.
Guy on the left, Ray Danton, who MST3K fans might remember from Super Agent Super Dragon. This is a far better movie.
Yeah.
Hello to Jack Slaw 2.0.
Hello, Jack Slaw.
We had a bit of a hang up, but we're up and running now.
Yeah. My computer went into cardiac arrest, and that's why I'm experiencing problems.
When you're a jet all the way from the first cigarette to your last. Oh, hey, Tony.
Thank you, JPRPH1.
Red Buttons. And of course, you live from Sparkwood and 21 fans might recognize a very young Richard Bamer.
Just like the sound, man. Just like the sound.
Yeah.
Yahtzee.
Hey, 7. 77. We'll take it.
That's a lot of cash.
Yeah.
Hey, is that guy from Rebel Without a Cause?
Yep.
Little older here, but
Yep.
I recognize him.
Wait, what? No, sorry. Sorry.
He mentioned Fort Bragg.
Fort Bragg.
Home of the Green
Shit. I'm still
Berets.
only in Fort Bragg. Oy. He goes on quite the odyssey, this character.
Uh,
Follow him through the film because he does not end up where you think he's going to end up. Of course, here's Richard Burton,
RAF.
RAF. Yeah, this is the British RAF point of view. Bottom of the channel. Hey. Well, of course. Burton. Robert Ryan. Of course, The Wild Bunch, Dirty Dozen, Crossfire, The Outfit.
more or less, it was farmland. They flooded, they flooded the farmlands. Well, like it was their fault. Hey, at least we're here, damn it.
I keep waiting for Trevor Howard to show up, and then I remember that was Battle of Britain. That wasn't this movie.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Which we did a couple years ago, which I think we did.
We did, yes. There's actually a movie coming out this week that's also about the D-Day invasion and the preparations for it that focuses mainly on a meteorologist. It's kind of like one of the guys you just saw, you know. Mhm.
It's always good to hear Deutsch when they're Nazi evil Nazis.
Yeah, they got actual German actors. It's not Brits playing Germans this time.
Yeah.
This guy's all like, you want me to take out the entire Allied army with two fucking planes? You know, it's not going to happen. We are 30 minutes, 40 seconds in.
Wunderbar. The jump reminded you of Hogan's Heroes.
A little bit.
I like how he had the sense to point the light, the light towards up on the map.
And that's the thing is this: how many of these guys, how many of the officers on the German side called this? It's like, what would you do if you're Eisenhower? And this guy's like, I'd hit Normandy and I'd do it today. And that's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And as I said earlier, this man was not an actor. He was just a guy they found who looked like Eisenhower.
Yeah, he really does
Hired him.
look like Eisenhower,
Yeah.
doesn't he?
He does.
You got the 4 stars.
And he's not bad. He's in a lot of the movie. He's not in a lot of the movie, but yeah.
Omaha set. Oh wait, no, not.
Yep.
Shut up, Peyton. That's a football joke. If anybody knows football, Peyton Manning. Omaha. He used to be in the huddle and ready to snap the ball, and he would call out Omaha.
Hmm.
Oh, but Eisenhower is a gambling man. And that's what you have to do when you're a leader. Order men to essentially go to their desks.
And the coffee mug didn't break. Super Rage. Super Dragon. Dun, dun. Sorry. I had to get one in there.
I had an uncle that was part of the invasion. I'm named after him. He was a William, but of course went by Billy. We all knew him as Uncle Billy.
There's Peter Lawford. Edmund O'Brien.
Don't you just love when some politicians don't know what WII is, and they say stupid things like that? It was World War 11.
Yeah.
Gee, that's happened. It's
Yes.
actually happened. They really did this too.
Yes, they
They
did.
they really did drop the little miniatures. He's molded plastic.
I can't. Your little plastic man is still shooting at me, sir.
Yeah. Too many cherry bombs. A lot of
Maybe
black
we,
cat.
maybe we would be better off with the Germans, sir. Well, you've given everybody the crickets. Remind me where that's from, JP.
Which also you're gonna find out that's gonna have that sound is gonna have a similar sound to a rifle.
Yeah.
Send them to hell, man. That's funny. It's good, JPR. The clapper. Clap on. The clapper. A long mustache.
Yep.
They're speaking in cipher.
Mhm.
That's the cipher for the Americans are gonna be here.
So the resistance is going to go out and make trouble and distract the Germans. And they get into some pretty hairy stuff here. Let me
Yeah.
tell you. He's like, who was in that soup? Yeah, okay.
You should know you made it, Mom.
Get moving.
The
And we can
bitch.
only
What
be
is
saved by an American rock star. No, wait.
Yeah.
Or movie.
Yeah, that Val Kilmer movie was probably more or less inspired by some of these
Yeah.
this film.
Mm. Jeffrey Hunter, OG Christopher Pike, well, either way, you're about to chew some of the same dirt.
The same
I
stuff
don't
they
think,
used before.
yeah, he's not going to forget this birthday. Robert Wagner. Hello to Anonymous Dolphin. Okay. Normandy, British glider, assault Orne River. Oh, 11 hours. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, Richard Todd, who in real life did parachute in Normandy. Dolphin said, I had the pleasure of visiting Dorn River Bridge a number of years ago. Right on.
And here's the flooded fields
Yep.
and farmland.
The freaking gliders, man. I don't know if I would have gone up in one of these things, to be honest. Practically had to crash land.
Yeah. I'd rather have jumped out of a perfectly good airplane. All right, they're already getting caught in barbed wire.
Ow.
Yeah. Sniper! Oh.
Whoops. I think this guy was like always the radio man. I like this. The mayor actually goes out there. Yeah. All hands on deck, huh? Nice. Yeah.
Anybody can make a mistake.
Missed one. Well, not today.
Nope.
Excuse me, Duke, you are not in drop zone. Those Wesley Snipes. Almost. I know 07 hours. Sir, I would like to join the resistance at this time. Oh, sorry. Go, go. What? Maybe? What? Let's go. Oh. Say, lady, do you know Catherine Deneuve? What? Stop. Okay, Jesus. Okay. Why do you ask?
No, no, the train whistle came in at the right opportune time, didn't it? Our time
Right.
stamp 1 hour, 7 minutes, 30 seconds.
But she's a woman. Shouldn't she like swing somewhere near him and that will knock him out immediately? Toodles. They got Rupert. Mhm. Oh, hello. Ah, we got cows. Boys in a tree.
You don't get that. Oh, right through a greenhouse glass. Yeah, he might be a little cut up. Oh, that would suck.
Yeah. And for anyone who might get confused, this is not Yul Brenner. Okay. I don't know who this guy is, but he's not Yul Brenner. So,
Yeah.
because I've heard some people say, "Hey, why is Yul Brenner such an asshole in this movie?" It's not him. It's not him. But he is in such a hurry that he puts his boots on the wrong feet, and that's going to come up later, believe it or not. All right.
This is no. This is no time. This is no time for noodling catfish.
All right. There we go. Bobbing for Jesus. Yeah.
LFKH 2005. Tim.
Well, have a safe trip there, Tim. St. Mary Glees, 2 or 3 hours. Mm.
Uh-oh. Looks like they're going to be having a fall.
Yeah,
It's a war, damn it.
yeah. Everybody's
Everybody scattered to hell.
scattered because they didn't get dropped in right place. And here, Salminio has found himself by himself.
Damn it. Damn bolt action rifle.
Yep. Of course, Richard Bamer here has lost all of his guys because they left him up in the tree.
Let's go kill some krauts.
Basically, yeah.
There's a good scene right here.
Yeah.
There's the enemy. Enemy! Shoot enemy! Kill krauts!
Oh.
Oh!
Phyllis?
Fellas! You're
Come on.
feeling
Let me get up out this motherfucker. And this guy was for real because he was like, I'm hearing aircraft. I'm seeing all these boats over the horizon. Nobody believes him. It's like, dude, I'm here. I'm looking at it. Yep. And the Duke's just turned his ankle into powder.
I ain't got time to bleed.
Yeah. Look, I would spray. Now I got to let you bit about it for the movie.
Nope. Every step is like, this don't fucking hurt. This don't fucking hurt. This don't fucking hurt. It's just a flesh wound. Yes, Tim. I am King Arthur, King of the Britons.
Chicken. Oh, I'm invincible. What are you going to do? Bleed on me? Yeah. Yeah, but we're Americans. We don't do anything logically. Uh, Closed captioning. That's not how you spell Dunkirk.
Yes. Let's give it to him, men.
The other Theodore Roosevelt, who I think was like his grandson or something. I think this prequel to Angel's Revenge is weird. Yeah. And Jack Palance is not appearing in this film. Father's the president. Okay, yeah. It was one of them. Yeah, that's true. But sadly, the movie doesn't show that. Yeah. Meanwhile, See the teeth? All right. Bring Blofeld in here.
Timestamp 1 hour, 40 minutes, 14 seconds.
Yeah, maybe think about that one.
Here they come.
Whoopsie!
Yeah.
Splat.
Here come the Americans. Alarm! Fine! Damn it! Hold yourself together, man. Oh my god, really?
Seriously?
Oh my god. I'm so sorry. Ah,
All right. Well, we got it back on once. We can get it back on again. So give it a try. We're at the point where the movie pretty much has an intermission anyway. So yeah, since we're pretty much about halfway through the movie at this point, might be best to yeah, for anyone to go and grab yourself a beverage really quick, get yourself a snack. Uh, little something to eat if it's later in the day for you, and we'll get the movie back on for you. Okay, here we are.
sorry for that little jump.
All right. Yeah.
Da, 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 da. Invasion. Wait for me, damn it. Viva la France.
All right. Can we get a quick timestamp for the folks who may have run behind? Okay, we are at day 1 hour, 44 minutes, 15 seconds. And we're up to the scene where Gert Frobe is going to ride out onto the beach and he's going to see that the boats are coming in. Yeah. That's not normal.
Yeah, this is that shock and awe that the Americans like to do, you know.
Hey, and you want to know what else is going to be a little bit ironic here? Guess who's on one of those boats? Mother frickin' Sean Connery.
Yeah.
Bond is already coming for Goldfinger, and we're 2 years away from the movie.
Yeah. Hey, you're a civilian. You don't want to get your ass shot off. Coffee's gonna get cold. Uh, yeah. I believe some of those structures may be even still standing today. Those
Hmm.
bunkers.
I like to make a collect call to Berlin.
You must be dead. Can't you hear? 5,000 ships. You say allies.
Hmm.
They only have 2 planes.
Yep.
You idiots. Is it too much trouble? Normandy is delightful. Omaha Beach, 0632 hours.
And the beginning of the second half of the film. Yeah, for those of you who had the old VHS back in the day, this is where the second tape began. Decent effects for today.
And the one guy he played, they just showed played a president in a movie with Dennis Quaid, Dreamscape.
Oh, yeah,
Robert Mitchum.
yeah.
Did he forget his weapon?
Out there, sir?
Yeah, good point. Just try not to do anything stupid and get shot. Mangalores, Mangalores. Utah Beach, 0644 hours. Over there, over there, over there. There is that song. Marguerite used to sing it.
Oh,
Yes,
Baccarat Dowell.
put on your glasses, Peter Vincent, great vampire killer. I don't think he's Sergeant's no longer with us. He might have died of a heart attack. Is that Peter Fonda?
Henry Fonda.
Oh, yeah, Henry Fonda. Yeah, sorry.
It's,
I knew it was one of them.
General Roosevelt. And this is pretty much the last time we see him in the movie, but Roosevelt did what Tim said in the chat was true. He did die like a few days later. Now here's the one aerial sequence in the film.
Gold Juno boat 0649 hours. Sword Beach 0653 hours. There's Bond. Come on, you bloody bastards. And they got the bagpipes going. That's classic. Germans have German Shepherds, the English have English Bulldogs.
Kenneth More, who our generation might remember from a movie called A Night to Remember, which was about the sinking into Titanic. Hello to Big Al Presents, wishing us a happy Memorial Day.
And, yeah. You want us to carry this? It only wants to have about a half a metric ton. He named his dog Winston as in Winston Churchill. Oh, come on, Jesus! I can't believe I'm having this problem. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, let's try that again.
I think it's a server problem.
2 hours, 1 minute.
So we got about 58 minutes and 20. We got 58:20 to go.
Yeah, we're in the final hour of the film. Yeah. Whoops!
They're going the wrong way. Like the pigeons can understand you. My foot, your foot one.
Right. Monsieur le Maire. The peculiar notes on this page. Meanwhile,
Oh, you're going the wrong way. 1,000 years of annoying French. I love it. I might have to get my hand on that, Tim. Yeah, those are the allies. They're coming for you. They're coming for you.
Well, looks like I'm walking.
Jones.
Meanwhile, wife's birthday, remember?
What? Nine! Nine! Normandy!
Nope.
Normandy. Yes.
Point du Hoc goes 7-11 hours. No, Tim, and that's why they lost. Because they did not sign Sarah's birthday card. Paul Anka. George Siegel.
It's like that Ronald Reagan giving a speech.
No, not quite. Yeah, please don't shoot me, basically. And you duck. 2 hours and 17 minutes.
It's the Scots. The Scots are great. Inconvenience.
By St. Nicholas is that one. Yeah. Buckle up.
Yeah. Cashier is in a casino. Oh no, no time for gambling. Oh come on, just a little quick bet at the roulette table. Or maybe you want to go play baccarat.
There you go.
Yeah, yeah.
One unbroken shot. Yeah. Pretty well done. Pretty well done. We're at 2 hours, 25 minutes, 58 seconds. Now at 2 hours and 26 minutes. I'm all right. I'm okay.
Run away! Run away!
Penguins.
Those are penguins. They look like nuns. She's gonna take care of the wounded. Damn it!
Yeah.
Oh, that got him.
Meanwhile, on the beach. Oh, 3 times are not enough. We're going to hit it again. So fighting 29. I would prefer to use Plan 9, sir.
Nine.
Yeah, hold your fire, man. Yeah. Huh? Duke's about to lose his shit. Just
We're almost at the conclusion.
Yep.
Yep. About 18 minutes, 17 minutes.
Two hours, 41 minutes, 5 seconds.
Yeah, good for you, son. Use that rifle. And don't do anything stupid like get shot. Comes the Megalors.
Mm-hmm.
Bust that bunker open.
Bangalore relayed, which is that every man had like a piece of this thing, and then they had to put it together, as you see, and then
Basically opens a path through the barbed wire and
yeah,
the bunk wire. Blow it.
boom.
Mhm.
Had to get through the wall.
And this is where they the charges that they plant. Grenade! Oh, Oh no. Lord. We're in business.
Yeah, but the beach isn't quite done with them yet.
Oh, bunny rabbits.
Again, it's dead. Squadron Leader Caldwell, good morning. Hmm. boots on the wrong feet. Yeah, that guy. Yeah, who'd have thought these three characters would end up in the same place, huh? Pinned together with safety pins.
The day is coming to an end. Well, he's better than dead after surviving this long day, right?
Chomping on the same cigar all day.
And that was the longest day. Yay. We made it through.
Yes, we did.
Shall we consult the scrolls?
Indeed. Okay, I'll start where I left off earlier. All right. In addition to Sean Connery, who made his debut as James Bond the same year this movie was shot, two other actors in this movie were Gert Frobe and Kurt Jurgens, future Bond villains. Also appearing is longtime Bond actor Walter Gotell, who first appeared as the Spectre agent Marzini in From Russia with Love, and later appeared in 6 Bond films starring Roger Moore and Timothy Dalton in the role of General Anatol Gogol, head of the Soviet KGB. Red Buttons was cast after he ran into producer Darryl F. Zanuck in a Paris cafe. Former U.S. President Dwight D. Eisenhower was considered for the role of himself and indicated his willingness. However, it was decided that makeup artists couldn't make him appear young enough to play his World War II self. Due to the massive cost overruns on Cleopatra, which was filming concurrently, Darryl F. Zanuck had to agree to a fixed filming budget. After he had spent the budgeted amount, he started using his own money to pay for the production. When cost overruns on Cleopatra threatened to force 20th Century Fox to shut down production of this movie, producer Zanuck flew to New York City to save the project. After an impassioned speech to Fox's board, he regained control of the company he founded, ultimately finishing this movie and getting the production of Cleopatra under control. According to several German veterans, Major Werner Pluscott was not at his command center in Omaha Beach when the first wave of the invasion forces landed. As depicted in this movie, they say he was in a bordello in Cannes. The theme song to the movie by Paul Anka is used as the regimental march of the Canadian Airborne Regiment from 1968 to 95. The piper who played the bagpipes as Lord Levitt's commando stormed the shore is played by the late Pipe Major Leslie Gillespie, who was at the time the pipe major of the London Scottish Pipe Band and personal piper to Her Majesty the Queen Mother. The actual man who did this stirring deed on D-Day was Bill Millen. He donated that same set of pipes to the National War Memorial in Edinburgh Castle. While clearing a section of the Normandy beach near Pointe du Hoc, the crew unearthed a tank that had been buried in the sand since the original invasion. Mechanics cleaned it off, fixed it up, and it was used in the movie as part of the British Tank Regiment. One of producer Darryl F. Zanuck's big worries was that as filming of the actual invasion drew near, he couldn't find any working German Messerschmitts which strafed the beach or British Spitfires which chased them away. He finally found two Messerschmitt ME-108 trainers that were being used by the Spanish Air Force and two Spitfires that were still on active duty with the Belgian Air Force, and rented all four of them for the invasion scenes. An estimated 23,000 troops were supplied by the U.S., Britain, and France for filming. Germans only appeared as officers in speaking roles. The French contributed 1,000 commandos, despite their involvement in the Algerian War at the time. The Spitfire planes needed to be fitted with new Rolls-Royce engines before being usable. No gliders of the sort used in the invasion were available, so producer Zanuck commissioned new duplicates from the same company that built the originals. The fleet scenes were filmed using 22 ships of the U.S. 6th Fleet during maneuvers off Corsica between June 21st and 30th, 1961. The cameras had to avoid shooting the area where the fleet's aircraft carrier was positioned, as there were no carriers in the invasion. Just before shooting began in Corsica, producer Zanuck was approached by a man stating he represented the beach owners. He insisted on a $15,000 payment or else they would drive modern cars along the beach. Zanuck paid the money, but it was later discovered to be a scam. There were no private beaches in Corsica. Zanuck eventually won damages after an 8-year lawsuit. There was a nudist resort 2 miles inland from the Corsican beach. It was necessary to post signs warning the nudists not to approach the water during filming. During shooting in Sainte Mary Glisse, traffic was stopped, stores were closed, and the power was shut down in order not to endanger the paratroopers who are unused to night drops in populated areas. Still, the lights and staged fire proved to be too difficult to work around, and only 1 or 2 jumpers managed to land in the square, with several suffering minor injuries. One of the initial jumpers broke both legs in the landing. Ultimately, plans to use authentic jumps were abandoned, opting instead for rigged jumps from high cranes. The part of the British priest who was first offered to Dirk Beauregard, who turned it down. Eddie Albert, who played Colonel Thompson, was a World War II veteran, but he served in the Pacific, not in Europe. As would be done later in Patton, the 20th Century Fox logo is never shown. With a $10 million budget, this was the most expensive black and white movie ever made until Schindler's List. During the filming of the landings in Omaha Beach, the extras appearing as American soldiers didn't want to jump off the landing craft into the water because they thought it would be too cold. Robert Mitchum was so disgusted with him that he jumped in first, at which point the soldiers had no choice but to follow his example. In Italy, for the filming of Cleopatra, Roddy McDowall became so frustrated with the numerous delays during its production that he begged Darryl F. Zanuck for a part in this movie just so he could do some work. He ended up with a small role as an American soldier. Richard Burton, who was also filming Cleopatra, took the opportunity caused by the long delays to take a cameo as an RAF pilot. Several sources credit Christopher Lee as being in this project, but Lee has denied working on the movie. One of the first World War II films made by an American studio in which members of each country spoke nearly all of their dialogue in the language of that country. Germans spoke German, French speak French, and the Americans and British spoke English. There were subtitles on the bottom of the screen to translate the various language. There were two versions of the film, one where all of the actors spoke English, and the other, the better-known one, where the French and German actors spoke their respective languages. Richard Todd, who played the commander of the bridge assault, Major John Howard, actually took part in the action at the bridge at Bennouville, later renamed Pegasus Bridge. Not in the glider landings commanded by Howard, but as part of the parachute regiment commanded by Lovett, who relieved them the following morning. He was offered the chance to play himself, but joked, "I don't think at this stage of my acting career I could accept a part that small." In a strange twist of fate, in one scene of the battle for the bridge, a soldier runs up to Todd, playing Major Howard, and relays information about the battle to him. During the actual real battle, Todd actually did run up to Howard to relay information to him. Therefore, the film actually did show a soldier playing Todd, running up to Todd, playing Howard, relaying the information the real Todd gave to the real Howard. Wow. Actor Leslie Phillips only has one line in the film. And if his name sounds familiar, he's the guy who voices the Sorting Hat in the Harry Potter films. Passed away a couple of years ago. Alec Guinness was sought for a cameo. The role of Lieutenant Colonel Benjamin Vandervoort was sought by Charlton Heston, but John Wayne decided to take the part at the last minute, and Heston was out. In his memoirs, Christopher Lee recalls being rejected for a role in the film because he, quote, didn't look like a military man, despite the fact that Lee had volunteered for the Finnish army to fight in the Winter War of 1939. Yep, for the war in Sisu, guys. Before serving in the British Home Guard and later with the Royal Air Force, RAF Intelligence Special Operations Executive, SOE, the precursor to MI6. And the Long Range Desert Group, LRDG, which was formed during World War II for reconnaissance missions behind enemy lines, and which also provided transportation for the SAS after the SAS was founded by David Sterling in 1941. Oh, remember that movie, the Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare?
Yeah.
Christopher Lee was one of those guys in real life.
Okay.
Yeah. Average shot length, 8 seconds. Median shot length, 6.5 seconds. The Messerschmitts used to portray Luftwaffe fighters were not the Bf-109s, but actually Bf-108 Typhoons, a 4-seat cabin monoplane design with a wider fuselage. Kenneth Moore plays Captain Colin Maud, carried the shillelagh Maud had used in the actual invasion, which had been loaned to him by the real-life Maud. Sean Connery asked that his scenes be filmed quickly so he could get to Jamaica in time to star in Dr. No. This is the film debut of Richard Dawson. He's uncredited in the final film. In researching his contribution to the script, Roman Gary uncovered one of Cornelius Ryan's mistakes. The casino at Ouistreham had not existed on the 6th of June 1944, since the casino had already been built. However, the scene taking place there was filmed anyway. Despite the Cornelius Ryan connection, the only actors to appear in both this film and A Bridge Too Far are Sean Connery and Wolfgang Price. The character who calls the homing pigeons on Juno Beach traders when they appear to fly east towards Germany is Canadian journalist Charles Lynch, who landed with the Canadians and covered the landings for Reuters. There was some controversy over the casting at 54 of John Wayne, who was twice as old as the real Colonel Benjamin Van der Voort had been at the time. At 52, Robert Ryan was 15 years older than General James Gavin had been. And if you ever see A Bridge Too Far, General Gavin is in that film as well, and he's played by Ryan O'Neal. So quite a leap. Okay. Field Marshal Erwin Rommel and his son Manfred Rommel were played by real-life father and son Werner and Michael Hines, respectively. Another uncredited film debut, Cyan Phillips, who plays the WRNS officer. And she went on to be in Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, I, Claudius, and the David Lynch Dune. 4 Spitfires were used in the strafing sequence. They were all ex-Belgian target tugs and were all MK9s. The serial numbers were MH415, MK297, MK923, and MH434, and are all, as of this writing, still existing. They were assembled and coordinated by former Free French Spitfire pilot Pierre Lorez, who flew with the 340th Squadron, a Free French unit in the RAF. The 4 Spitfires were, of course, repainted in the 340th Squadron markings. Spitfire MK923 was owned by Oscar winner Cliff Robertson from 1963 to 1998. And this is kind of an interesting kind of little offshoot here. I live in South Carolina, and Cliff Robertson had family not too far away from me. And there's a private airport up the road. And he wound up getting grounded here when the 9/11 attacks happened and they shut down the airways. Not important, just that at one point in my life, I was 90 minutes away from Cliff Robertson, just saying. Lieutenant Colonel Benjamin Van der Voort was 27 years old on D-Day. He was very disappointed to find he was being played by the 54-year-old John Wayne. Wayne was generally considered too old and overweight to play a paratrooper in his 20s. Well, yeah. Okay. John Robinson, who plays Admiral Ramsey, took part in the D-Day landings as a member of the Reconnaissance Corps. It took only 4 days to shoot John Wayne's cameo, although it was one of the more lengthy of all the cameos in the movie. In 1963, the NAACP accused Hollywood studios of racial discrimination. Yeah, and they need to do that more. Using this movie as an example, it cited the fact that despite the fact that there were more than approximately 1,700 black soldiers who took part in the actual landings, this movie featured not one black actor. featured just one black actor. He's an extra and can be seen on a landing craft around 1 hour and 48 minutes, right in the middle of the frame. Despite being in 2 scenes, Gert Frobe never says a word. Russell Waters is credited by various sources as being in this movie. He is nowhere to be seen. Alongside the 3 credited directors, Gert Oswald directed the parachute drop scene, and producer Darryl F. Zanuck did some pickups. Producer Zanuck paid Cornelius Ryan $175,000 for the screen rights to his book. Many of the military consultants and advisors drawn from both sides were actual participants on D-Day. The Germans were deliberately not portrayed in stereotypical style. The words Sieg Heil, for instance, are never said, although they can be seen written on a bunker wall in Westerum. Kurt Jurgens played General Blumentritt. In 1944, Jurgens had been sent to an internment camp in Hungary as, quote, politically unreliable. Yeah, Kurt Jurgens didn't like the Nazis very much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they tried to take him out on a number of occasions.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's no lie. You know, like I said, a lot of the German actors who were in this movie, a lot of them were staunchly anti-Nazi in real life. And a number of them, Kurt Jurgens among them, like had prices on their heads and stuff. You know, look into it. It's an interesting story. Although the screenplay is credited to Cornelius Ryan, many other writers worked on it. Of course, that's most Hollywood screenplays, to be honest. Many of the beach scenes were filmed in Corsica. 20th Century Fox was taking a real gamble making this movie at $10 million. It was a hugely daring venture, but even more risky was Cleopatra, which is being filmed concurrently. This was to set Fox back the then unprecedented sum of $40 million. Although Cleopatra did well at the box office, it was simply too expensive to recoup its costs. And 20th Century Fox, being part of Disney, still has that problem. So it's not new, guys. It was simply too expensive to recoup its cost and nearly bankrupted the studio. Fortunately, this movie turned out to be one of Fox's biggest hits and helped offset the financial damage caused by the other epic. The highest grossing black and white movie until Schindler's List. To promote a more sympathetic stance to each of the different parties, producer Zanuck had Englishman Ken Anakin direct the British segments, and the American parts were handled by American accent specialist Andrew Martin, and the German Bernard Wicki, which is where Tarantino named the character in Inglourious Basterds from, took care of the scenes with the German army officers. Adolf Hitler doesn't make an appearance in this movie. In reality, he slept through the start of the D-Day landings, having taken a sleeping pill. One of the uncredited writers on this movie was James Jones, author of From Here to Eternity and The Thin Red Line. The French resistance woman shown at the start of this movie is Irina Demick, who was producer Darryl F. Zanuck's girlfriend at the time. Lucky bastard. Producer Darryl F. Zanuck was continually at Andrew Martin's shoulder when he was directing the American sequences. Well, that must have been fun. The production had 36 real landing craft and 2 real German planes at its disposal. Darryl F. Zanuck and Cornelius Ryan collaborated on the screenplay, even though they hated each other almost from the first time they met. It was up to producer Elma Williams to mediate between the two and keep the peace. To give an idea of the scale of this film, producer Zanuck effectively commanded more troops than any of the generals during the actual campaign. Pundits nicknamed this movie Z-Day. Donald Houston, who has one scene as an RAF pilot, he's the guy who's talking to Richard Burton in the bar. He served as an RAF pilot, as a rear gunner and radio operator during World War II. He took part in the D-Day operation on a Lancaster bomber. The two German Messerschmitt 109 fighters attacking the beach were actually four-seat Messerschmitt 108 liaison planes in real life. Perler and the other guy whose name I can't pronounce flew the Focke-Wulf 190s. Both survived. Yep, nope, they didn't die after all. In the Spanish language version, Fernando Rey and Jesus Puente dubbed Henry Fonda and Peter Lawford. And of course, Fernando Rey went on to be the French bad guy in French Connection. As part of John Wayne's contract, in addition to his high fee, he insisted on getting separate billing. The usual practice in movie credits of this type of situation is to start off with starring John Wayne and the other actors. However, the credits begin with starring the other actors and John Wayne. Wayne's name appears last in the credits, while still meeting the separate billing clause of his contract. This proved a highly controversial in view of his non-service in World War II. No, it just seems like he was in World War II. A colorized version of this movie in pan and scan 4:3 ratio is released on VHS in 1994. The 50th anniversary of the invasion, but met with almost total resistance by serious movie enthusiasts who preferred to see it in black and white in its correct original widescreen ratio, which is how we saw it today.
Yep.
Robert Evans turned down a role as one of the American soldiers. Rupert was not the first dummy paratrooper used in the war. The Luftwaffe dropped dummies along with real troops all over Holland and parts of Belgium in the opening of the Battle for France. The scene where the French commando Sultan Ouistreham was filmed in the nearby town of Port-en-Bresson. A building seen in the background of the long tracking shot is painted with the words Bazaar de Ouistreham. A local resident has indicated that the sign originally said Bazaar de Port-en-Bresson, but the town name was painted over to say Ouistreham for filming, then restored after filming. As of 2013, the painted lettering on the building is still visible, but has faded in the town name portion so that both the Port-en-Bresson and Ouistreham lettering can now be seen. During the scene in which Brigadier General Coda is complaining to Colonel Thompson about the weather and the number of men being cooped up, Thompson turns to the adjutant and orders him to turn down the radio. The song playing on the radio at that moment is an instrumental of the 1943 Cole Porter tune, Don't Fence Me In. Nice. Although he changed the cap badge to that of Major Howard's regiment, the beret that Richard Todd, who plays Howard, wears, is the one he actually wore on D-Day. General James Gavin, played by Robert Ryan, was actually born James Ryan, but was put up for adoption at age 2 and adopted by Martin and Mary Gavin at the age of 7. When leading the assault at Pegasus Bridge, Richard Todd, as Major Howard, cries, "Up the Oxenbucks." He and his men belonged to the Oxfordshire and Buckinghamshire Light Infantry. This regiment was formed in 1881 by the merger of the 43rd and 52nd Regiments of Foot, first raised in 1741 and 1755, respectively. At one point, the camera zooms in on Creasy and the map. Creasy was where on 8/26/1346, the English recorded one of the greatest victories ever against the French. Throughout the movie, a drum can occasionally be heard in the background. It hits 3 high notes and a fourth that is lower. These represent the 3 dots and a dash of the Morse code. V as in V for victory. As one soldier briefly mentions, these are the 2 opening notes of Beethoven's 5th Symphony, V being the Roman numeral for 5. Richard Burton said that he felt that he and Donald Houston were too old to play RAF pilots. During his national service in the RAF, he never saw a pilot older than 30. After the film was released, there were complaints over the casting, as many of the actors were too old for their characters. After D-Day, the 6th of June, this was the second film about the Normandy landings in which D-Day veteran Richard Todd appeared. The film takes place from June 5th to 6th, 1944. This was Paul Hartman's final film before his death on June 30th, 1977, at the age of 88. John Wayne, a very conservative Republican, and Robert Ryan, a very liberal Democrat, had managed to put their political differences aside when they made The Flying Leathernecks, but they didn't get along at all while making this film. Wolfgang Price, who played Major General Max Pemsel, and Bernhard Wicki, the director of the German episodes, both played Klaus Schenk Graf von Stauffenberg in the West German films about the failed July 20th, 1944 plot to assassinate Adolf Hitler. Price in the plot to assassinate Hitler, and Wicki in It Happened on July 20th. Price later played Field Marshal Erwin Rommel in The Raid on Rommel, and Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt in A Bridge Too Far. Kurt Jurgens, who played General Blumentritt in this film, and Wolfgang Price, both later appeared in Battle of the Commandos, which also depicted the D-Day landings. The real Theodore Roosevelt Jr. died of a heart attack in France just a few weeks after the Normandy invasion. This was one of several high-profile projects that John Wayne took in the wake of the extremely expensive The Alamo. He had used his own funds to help finance the project, and he was in desperate need of a quick payday. Red Buttons was considered too old to play a paratrooper. Fox executives were nervous when Darryl F. Zanuck decided to film this in black and white, and he was asked how audience would distinguish it from newsreel footage. Zanuck replied, "Don't worry, I'll put a star in every shot." This movie had its royal charity premiere on October 11th, 1962 at the Leicester Square Theatre in London, in presence of Princess Margaret for the aid of the Army Benevolent Fund. Jack Headley joked that the scale of this production was so large and the resources at producer Darryl F. Zanuck's disposal so vast, Zanuck was probably the third or fourth most important power in the world at the time. Bridget Bardot and Marina Vlady turned down the role of Jeanine Boltiard. Mel Ferrer was originally signed to play the role of General Gavin, but withdrew from the role due to a scheduling conflict. Elmo Williams was credited as associate producer and coordinator of the battles episodes. He later produced another historical World War II movie, Tora, 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 for Darryl F. Zanuck. That movie was also used a docudrama style, although it was in color. It depicted the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7th, 1941. The Rupert Parra dummies used in this movie were far more elaborate and lifelike than those actually used in the decoy parachute drop, aka Operation Titanic, which were simply canvas or burlap sacks filled with sand. In real Operation 6, Special Air Force soldiers jumped with the dummies and played recording of loud battle noises to distract the Germans. In this movie, 3 Free French Special Air Service paratroopers jump into France before British and American airborne landings. This is accurate. 36 Free French SAS 4-sticks jumped into Brittany, Pumlek, and Duault on June 5th at 23:30, Operation Dingson. The first Allied soldiers killed in action were Lieutenant Den Brotheridge of the 2nd Oxenbucks Light Infantry as he crossed the Pegasus Bridge at 0:22 hours on June 6th, and Corporal Emile Boltiard of the 4th Free French SAS Battalion at the same time and plume like Brittany. The U.S. Sixth Fleet extensively supported the filming and made available many amphibious landing ships and craft for scenes filmed in Corsica. Though many of the ships were of then modern vintage, the Springfield and Little Rock, both World War II light cruisers, though extensively reconfigured into guided missile cruisers, were used in the shore bombardment scenes, although it was easy to tell they did not resemble their wartime configuration. According to director Ken Anakin, producer Darryl F. Zanuck took a dislike to Sean Connery. He said, "Line mumbles his lines and like a slob." Yeah, Connery wasn't rich, dude. That same year, Joanne and Henry Fonda in another studied at the West, How the West Was Won. Duo repeated the partnership in Harm's Way, another World War II themed film. And that is the movie that we are going to be doing Wednesday afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So stay tuned for that. William Holden was offered the part of Lieutenant Colonel Vandervoort, but turned it down as he was exhausted after finishing Satan Never Sleeps, the counterfeit traitor, and the Lion. Although the American Film Institute's catalog of feature films from 1961 to 70 identifies Dewey Martin as Private Wilder and claims his part was cut from the final release print, he appeared with Roddy McDowall on the beach, and his rank is that of a sergeant. Insignia on his helmet is dressed as McDowall. The casino featured in the Weestrom sequence was, in fact, a hotel in Port and Brezin, a town in Normandy coast that marked the dividing line between the Golden and Omaha beaches. At the time of filming, the hotel was due for demolition and was destroyed as part of the production. The site is now a car park and is marked by an information card. Contrary to what is shown in this movie, many of the German soldiers posted to Normandy at the time of the landings were young boys from the Hitler Youth and old men from reserve regiments. As the main regiments had been moved due to the disinformation fed to German high command by the Allies, many veterans would report that the faces of the teenage boys they had to kill haunted them into old age. This movie was made in black and white to allow archive footage to be incorporated and to give the movie a documentary feel, because it was felt that some of the stars would appear younger. Adolf Hitler had invaded France in May of 1940 to force an end to World War II and the Anglo-French economic blockade. France and the British Commonwealth and Empire had declared war on Germany in September 1939, following the invasion of Western Poland, although they did not respond to the Soviet Union's invasion of Eastern Poland on September 17th. Even if Adolf Hitler had released the panzers that were being held in, held in reserve, it is unlikely they could have made any difference without control of the sky, as the failure of the Ardennes offensive later demonstrated. Get some water here. All right, moving on. Included among the American Film Institute's 1998 list of 400 movies nominated for the top 100 greatest American movies. Features 6 Academy Award winners: Red Button, Sean Connery, Henry Fonda, Edmund O'Brien, Rod Steiger, and John Wayne, and 11 nominees: Eddie Albert, Richard Burton, Leo Jen, Alexander Knox, Sal Mineo, Robert Mitchum, Robert Ryan, George Siegel, Richard Todd, Stuart Whitman, and Frank Finley. John Wayne's separate billing in the end credits was we said that already. Some critics felt having every part played by a star reduced the movie's emotional impact. On D-Day, the Germans had only 319 operational aircraft left to face the Allied armada of over 9,000 planes. The crickets demonstrated by John Wayne and those used during the actual Let me read that again. On D-Day, the Germans had only 319 operational aircraft left to face the Allied armada of over 9,000 planes. And then it says the crickets demonstrated by John Wayne and those used during the actual invasion were made by J. Hudson and Company, a whistle manufacturer in Birmingham, England. The company is still in existence, famous for the Acme whistles, and still produces an exact replica of the crickets using the original tooling. Different types of guns and thousands of rounds of blank ammunition were hand manufactured. Countless U.S. Ranger dummies were built by the prop crew for the cliff and beach action sequences. Some were wired by the special effects technicians with explosive charges. Prop master Sam Gordon was responsible for the Rupert doll, designed by Charles Onwuasola. However, Rupert was only one of thousands of props that Gordon either had to create or find for the movie. The important construction job for this movie was done at the little fishing village of Port-in-Besson, where he may as well have been, where producer Zanuck filmed the French attack against a fortified casino that once stood at Ouistreham. The 3-story building was reconstructed in detail for this great battle scene in the movie, much of it photographed from helicopters. In several of the beach invasion scenes, troops can be seen wearing 1960s era military issue eyeglass frames, aka birth control glasses or BCGs, with thick plastic frames. During World War II, troops were issued wire-rimmed glasses. BCGs were not issued until after the war. When General Dwight Eisenhower and his staff deliberate on whether or not to proceed due to the weather, a ticking stopwatch can be heard starting up as soon as Group Captain Stagg finishes his presentation on the weather. The sound does not change in intensity as it cuts between the characters and conveys the urgency of the scene, since they have 30 minutes to make the decision. No English is spoken for the first 10 minutes of the film. After several conversations among various high-ranking German officers, the first English sentence is the command, "Snap it up, shake the lead," from a buck private mess cook employing the chow line to move. In the scene in the room where Colonel Vandervoort and General Gavin discuss the airborne landings, there are 2 large maps on the walls. One is of the Benelux region on the continent, the other is of Great Britain and Ireland, and neither includes the target of the invasion in France. When Rommel is in his staff car in front of his headquarters, he tells the driver Panzerlos when he's ready to leave. This command is not subtitles and means tank, go. Even though he's in a car, it represents what Rommel, as a tank commander, would have said in the moment. Brian Coleman, who plays Ronald Callan, served in the British Army during World War II and took part in the D-Day landings. Hans Christian Bleck, who plays Werner Pluskat, served in the German Army during World War II. The prominent scars on his face are very real from wounds received on the Eastern Front. Some German soldiers who fought from the seaside bunkers were shot and killed after they dropped their weapons and surrendered, as shown in Saving Private Ryan. However, Paul Carell, a German historian who was in the German army at the time, did not speak about this fact in his book, They Come, which describes in detail D-Day viewed from the German side. In the scene where the Frenchman is offering Lord Lovett champagne, he arrives on a bike and leads it against the bush. While he's talking to Lord Lovett, a Churchill tank drives over the bush. So off camera, the Frenchman's bike has been crushed by the tank. And hello to Lieutenant Giratina. Happy Memorial Day to you too. All right, the film features 2 German commanders who were later executed. General Field Marshal Erwin Rommel and General Oberst Alfred Jodl, played by an uncredited Wolfgang Luxke. Rommel was implicated in the plot to assassinate Adolf Hitler in July of 1944, a month and a half after D-Day. and was given the choice of self-deleting with a hero's funeral and protection for his family, or a disgraceful death following a show trial. He chose the former. Jodl was one of two high-ranking Wehrmacht general staff officers to face trial at Nuremberg after the war. He was found guilty of war crimes and hanged by the Allies in October of 1946. Jodl was later declared not guilty of war crimes by a West German court in 1953, although this verdict was overturned following pressure from the U.S. The scene where Jeffrey Hunter lands on Omaha Beach pulling a life raft as the show goes off, then falls to one knee to call a medic for an injured soldier, was recreated from actual newsreel footage from D-Day. The soldier in the newsreel who Hunter plays is Leo Dare, an Army engineer whose son is actor-screenwriter Bo Dare, who years later worked in Hollywood with Robert Mitchum, whose character in this film, General Norman Cota, meets Hunter a few moments later and has him blow up a concrete barrier to help his company escape off the beach. Okay. Sometimes IMDb gets controversial. I'm not saying this happened either way. I'm just going to say it as they have it written. George Segal, who had a small part in this film, later said he thought Robert Mitchum was an anti-Semitic bigot. Don't know, couldn't tell you. Both of them are now deceased. Who's to say? Included among the American Film Institute's 2001 list of 400 movies nominated for the top 100 most heart-pounding American movies. Although they were the only Allied troops to achieve their objective on D-Day, the Canadians at Juno hardly get a mention. Robert Mitchum and Kurt Jurgens previously starred together in the World War II film The Enemy Below in 1957. Motorhead frontman Lemmy once referred to this as being one of his favorite films. The cast includes three teenage singing idols of the 1950s, Paul Anka, Fabian, and Tommy Sands. German General Erich Marx had a reputation as a planner and a strategist. Rommel shared his view that Normandy would be invaded instead of Pas-de-Calais, which was expected by most German generals. Marx died only 6 days later of wounds received from an air attack on June 12, 1944. Colonel Vandervoort tells his subordinates there are 3 million men out in staging areas waiting for D-Day. This amounts to approximately 100 divisions, or about one-third of the total American armed forces in 1944. Richard Burton and Donald Houston would have more scenes together as British soldiers at odds in 1968's Where Eagles Dare. Over 75,000 British and Commonwealth, predominantly Canadian troops, and 57,000 American troops came ashore on D-Day, supported by some 24,000 airborne troops. Nearly 11,600 aircraft participated, half from the RAF and half from the U.S., Poland, France, Belgium, Czechoslovakia, Norway, and other allied nations. Over 6,900 naval vessels were involved, 4,100 from the UK, 2,800 from other allies, crewed by nearly 196,000 naval personnel, nearly 138,000 from the UK, and 58,000 from other nations. Red Button's character is based on a real man, Private John Marvin Steele, a mortarman in the 82nd Airborne. Like Buttons, Steele landed on the church steeple to witness the San Miguelis massacre. He played dead for 2 hours, not 10, as said in the movie, before being taken prisoner. 4 days later, he escaped captivity and rejoined his unit. Today, a full-size mannequin of steel hangs from the same church steeple to commemorate him. For dramatic effect, much is made of the suggestion that Germany is losing the war because Hitler is sleeping and thus not available to release the panzer divisions, which could only be done on his personal command. However, by mid-1944, Germany was already well on its way to losing the war, mainly due to the massive defeats in the Eastern Front. Apart from the fact that it is uncertain if panzers would have even been able to defeat the Allied invasion. It is more than likely that Germany would still have been defeated by the Red Army, even if D-Day invasion was repelled. Gerd Frobe's character's name, Sergeant Kaffee-Con, translates to Sergeant Coffee Pot. Ack is slang for anti-aircraft fire. At the time, Ack was used for the letter A in the phonetic alphabet and is currently Alpha. After seeing the film, Lieutenant Colonel Benjamin Vandervoort, the character portrayed by John Wayne, said, "I never looked that old." I was 29 then. Wayne was 55 when he took the film. Others say 53. We'll see. No military man ever moved about the way Wayne did. The fact is, I was really scared. Three of the actors in this film, Roddy McDowall, Red Buttons, and John Crawford, would a decade later be in the all-star cast of the Poseidon Adventure. 2 years later, Crawford would join another of his co-stars here, Robert Wagner, among the even more impressive star lineup of another epic Irwin Allen disaster movie, The Towering Inferno. There was an inn beside Pegasus Bridge, and producer-director Zanuck wanted a scene of German troops rushing out of it to join the fight. But the owner, a proud French woman, refuses. She did not want anyone to believe German soldiers would have been served there. The film unites two actors who appeared on different film adaptations of George Orwell's novel 1984. Richard Burton starred as the villainous O'Brien in the 1984 version of 1984, while Edmund O'Brien played the hero Winston Smith in the 1948 version of 1984. However, they don't share scenes in this film. Arletty and Jean-Louis Barrault previously appeared in the classic Children of Paradise. John Wayne and Jeffrey Hunter previously appeared in The Searchers. Okay, this was brought up in the chat. The drum cadence played during scenes of marching Germans was later used in the opening credits of the series Hogan's Heroes.
Yep. Okay.
Good. Yep. The real bagpiper, Millen, was very much younger than the middle-aged man depicted in this film and was barely into his 20s. He informed Lord Lovett that playing the pipes in the combat zone was now prohibited by Army regulations, but was told, "Those are English regulations, or Scottish," which was the only excuse he needed. He survived the day unharmed, which he believed was a result of a superstition among German soldiers about shooting a man who was visibly unarmed, as he was. The Canadian 3rd Division landing on Juno Beach advanced the farthest inland, but is ignored except briefly when strafed by a Luftwaffe fighter. Canadian Paul Anka, who wrote the Longest Day theme, appears in the movie but is an American Ranger. During filming, John Wayne made a disparaging remark about the French. Daryl F. Zanuck heard it and demanded Wayne repeat it. When Wayne claimed he could not remember what he'd said, Zanuck repeated it and dressed Wayne down in front of the whole cast and crew. The French actors and crew members would not associate with Wayne after that. Dwight Eisenhower was frustrated with the inaccuracies in the film and walked out long before it ended. Although this movie is not in color photos that show RAF pilot Richard Burton is wearing a metal rib. Is wearing. I'm tired. Although this movie is not in color photos show that RAF pilot Richard Burton is wearing metal ribbons of the Distinguished Flying Cross and the Air Force Cross. The left one, the FC, is upside down. These two ribbons are the same design, except the DFC has purple stripes and the AFC has red stripes. Note that if he had been awarded the same medal twice, he would be wearing a single ribbon with a bar. 500 Rupert Parrott dummies named by troops after Rupert Bear were dropped away from actual invasion zones to distract the Germans. They did not attempt to imitate machine gun fire as shown in the film. This was accomplished by real paratroopers playing recordings of battle, but a number were designed to explode on impact to disguise the fact that dummies were being used. The Ruperts were half size, made out of simple sacking, and did not wear uniforms, further aiding the deception if they were found. All right. And in case I didn't say so earlier, the original release date was October 4th, 1962. That's it.
The skulls are closed?
Yes, the skulls are closed.
Okay. We'll be back with more films this week. We got two more to go. We'll be here Wednesday for In Harm's Way, and then on Thursday, 1917.
Yeah.
I'd like to thank everybody who's come by or shown up. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your Memorial Day evening. Always remain excellent to each other. Party on, and we'll see you at the next one. Delete scene, closing words.
All right. As for myself, I would like to thank you all for sticking with us through the technical issues that we had. I'm glad that it happens sometimes, folks. You know, this is a live broadcast after all. But we got through it, and we got through the film. We had over 400 people watching the show at one time or another. And that's just early numbers. So I want to thank everybody who stuck with us through the show. Thank you for watching, even if it was only for a few moments. I want to thank everybody who was in the live chat with us. JPRPH1, LDG, Jacob Ironside, Connie Cleary, Snorda Pupus Q Burr, Jack Slaw 2.0, Big Al Presents, FKHC 2005, sometimes known as Tim, and of course Lieutenant Giratina. I want to thank you all once again for joining us. Thank you, Bill, for allowing me to be the sidekick once again for today. And I hope that everybody enjoys the rest of their Independence Day. I'm tired.
Memorial Day.
Memorial Day. Independence Day is in July. Yes.
Yeah.
Happy 250th, America. Thank you.
Yeah.
From HQ, our second home office in Arizona and all points north, south, east, west, and beyond. Good night. Take care, stay strong, be safe and healthy, because this is how we win.